device. Ah, here we go. Can you guys hear me now? Nice. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, we're gonna be looking at this rig made by my friend Wyatt. He's the director and owner of Winterstellar Studios. You guys might have seen his the animated short film that he made, Samurai Blue. Let me show you guys. It was super cool. I actually worked on it too, and it was super fun. The idea is okay. So this character is supposed to be like a snowboarder. So I'm thinking like we just do like some sort of snowboarding animation. But yeah, this is this is like the short film we made. It's like a driving animation. Very, very cool. But yeah, so this character is like I think based off like a snowboarding type thing. So I wanted to like have her snowboarding and like dodging lasers or something. And like maybe the surfboard can like fly in the air or something. Like she goes from the ground and then she goes in the air. Um So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see what we can come up with and try to have fun with it, and also just try to like explore what this rig can offer. Because I do think they plan to release it at some point. I'm not sure, but um, if anything, any future Winterstellar rigs will be of this quality. So very cool. But yeah, I prepared actually. I think I have a surfboard model. I just like I took off of like a different model I had, and it's kind of cute. It's kind of super cute. It's got a little like smiley face on it. That's nice. So we'll just go ahead and copy that over to her master file because I want to do like a rigging thing real quick. Snowboard. Yeah, it's I adjusted it to make it her colors, but I think originally the color scheme was mostly purple. Oh, the size is about perfect too. Nice. I don't really have to do anything. So I think the idea is I will I'm gonna create another bone here. And what layer should I do it in? In the main layer, why not? Yeah. Just create one of these guys, and then I'll parent it to the root control. So now when I move it, it moves this guy. And then I need to give it a bone shape, so I guess, so there's a cool add-on that's called copy attributes. I think it comes default with Blender, but I can just select another bone control. I can hit one of these and copy bone shape. And so now the bone shape is here. And I'll just edit it to make it bigger so we can select it easier. Where is the viewport display? Here it is. Scale it in X, scale it in Y a little bit. And yeah, that's good enough. And then as for color, I'll probably make it yellow. Let's hit one of these. And then I'll just parent the feet. Well, I'll do that in the actual animation file. But we can just have, let's see, we can parent it to the bone. And we can call it a day. I think, yeah, this is good enough. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So go ahead and save that. Get out of here. Get out of here. And then, okay, so I made this, I made this like little snow environment for her to like surfboard through, which is kind of cool. I suppose I should make it like maybe slightly sloped, but like, you know. But anyway, I wanted to be chased by something, so I just took this random robot I had and I kind of took his head off. You need to go to sleep, but you want to watch? Go to sleep, man. Come on, sleep. Your VOD will be there. Sleep is more important. But yeah, I'm gonna take this guy's head and I'm just gonna like make it look like a flying thing, and hopefully it looks okay. And then if it doesn't, I'll just have the flying robots be like Suzanne's or something. What am I looking for? I'm looking for merge. Merge by distance, yes. Ah, okay. Let's do this. Chased by the head. Oh my god, what? Okay. Some of these had not merged, were not merged apparently. Poor guy got decapitated. Yeah, it had to be done, man. Had to be done for the good of the stream. Hmm. There we go. Let's just make his head a little more round so it looks like an orb of some sort. And then there we go. All right, this looks like a flying robot, and less like a head, right? Surely. Dude, I low-key want to flare these guys out. Let's flare these guys out a little bit. Yeah, look at that. That's fun. Okay, cool. Decapitated bomb rush cyberpunk style. Exactly. So yeah, we'll go ahead and keep this. And then basically, I want them to shoot lasers. So my idea is the lasers just come out of the eye, which is like makes sense to me at least. What I could probably do is maybe scale this part up a bit. I need to make it bigger, like more obvious, maybe. Or maybe it's fine. Yeah, it'll be fine as is. And then I don't need to rig them really, because it's just an object. Although I probably will give it a rig. Might as well. Let's change its origin to volume, so it's down there. And like, let's give it a rig. Why not? Why not? What do we have to lose? Okay. I probably won't bother giving it like a bone shape or anything though. Oops, wait. This one. Perfect. And we can get rid of this Y. Where did he go? He like disappeared. Oh my god. Why are you over here? What happened? How interesting. Let's just apply pose, I guess. That is really strange. Giving my life as a teenage robot. Hey, I love that show. So, okay. We'll call this Robo Enemy Guy who gonna shoot lasers. There we go. And then we just need to get our other character in here. I guess we'll make a collection for the enemies. Put them in there. And we got the heroes. And we'll link Polaris in. I'm linking her. Oh yeah, her name is Polaris, by the way. Boop. This one. Yeah, she's here. And we just gotta turn on backface culling. And then I want to set it up kind of like flat-ish shaded. So what I'll do is I'll do that. I need cavity on, and we need world cavity. Maybe. If it's in studio, is it bad? That's not too bad actually. This is kind of fine. Yeah, we'll keep it in solid view. Okay, perfect. And then I don't think she's library overridden, so make library override. And there's a couple things I want to turn off. So these guys, I don't know what these do. Those are just for like rendering, I'm pretty sure. So the only collections we'll usually need are these guys. This is pretty standard for how we do things in most studios I've worked in. But yes, we have her rig. Ooh, this is quite slow. So let us turn on simplify. Where is simplify located? It's located in the render tab. And we'll just turn that to 0. And basically what that does is that turns off all subdivision modifiers globally. So that you can see if I turn it off, there's 432,000 vertices. Wow, that's a lot of vertices. But if we turn it on, it goes up to 40k. It's not that bad. And then yeah, that's fine. Ooh, something is missing here. I don't know what this is. I think this is a proxy. Her hat? Oh, what is this? Let's turn that off. Yeah, turn that off. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we have this character. I don't think I'll need to select her geometry at any point, so I'll go ahead and turn off the geometry selection as well. And that way I can only select the rig and I won't have any issues. And I think the rig UI should auto load, maybe not. Let's run the rig UI then. Cloud rig? No. Where is the rig UI located at? I don't want to run this because it feels like this is not this is not the rig UI. Hotkeys? I can't seem to find the rig UI. I know it has one. Well, I suppose I don't necessarily need it, although it would be nice to have. Ah, it's here. Got it. It's in the Cloud Rig tab. Makes sense. So that's what we'll be spending all our time. Oh yeah, so Cloud Rig, this is made with Cloud Rig. Cloud Rig is I might be oversimplifying it by saying it's a derivative of Rigify, but as far as I know, it's a derivative of Rigify, and it has like a lot. It's different in certain ways, and it's the same in a lot of ways, which I think is really good because I think the way Rigify rigs control are like basically perfect. Like I wouldn't change it. I know there's some other auto riggers that control like very differently from Rigify, and I don't like them. But Cloud Rig is basically the same, but it has a lot of functionality that is like kind of like Rigify Plus, I would say. And so some of these are like these like it's like squash and stretch spine type thing. I know it has a lot more like detailed layers. That's a cool thing. You open the torso and it's like these are kind of like drop down menus a little bit, which is kind of cool. So yeah. Well, anyway, but let's make something. So I need a camera. That'd probably be pretty important. So let's make a camera. And yep, here's our camera. And I need a timeline, or sorry, a dope sheet. And I don't think I need a timeline anymore because Blender put all the inline controls in the dope sheet now. Okay, let us see what we can do. And get rid of this. I gotta make sure pass part out's turned on. Sorry, this is like my OCD. I hate that. I don't like being able to see outside the camera view. Okay. So my idea is basically she's snowboarding and she's being like chased by like killer laser shooting robots, and she's like on her surfboard and she's like dodging them all cool, whatever. So I'm gonna have her just like on the board. I'm not sure how far. I've only snowboarded like a couple times in my life, so I might not be too accurate in the actual execution of it, but it should look cool all the same. So let's add a child love constraint and let's do the this is just called bone, I guess. I should have renamed it, but I didn't. Oopsies. And do the same for this guy. Oops, wrong one. So now we basically have like one big IK with this. And that's kind of like how I'll be controlling it. That's what makes the most intuitive sense to me. It ramen? Is ramen in the chat? I missed his message. Anyway, okay. So we have her set up. I think there's a couple of cool things about the hand rig. I don't know how much hand animation we'll get to do today, but yeah, we can get X. Is it Z? Okay, so if you scale in Z, I think it does the first digit. If you scale in X, it does the second digit. That's kind of like a tech that I kind of thought of. But what he made was he made this cool like hand macro that's like actually useful. There's a lot of hand macros. Oh, it ramen. It me. Huh? Treachery. Oh, are you commenting? Is this is this Taylor's account? But yeah, you can scale like this kind of palm bone to get like kind of fall off, but like of the same effect as this control. And I think the cool thing is it actually makes for like a really good oh, you can control the fall off too by grabbing it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Uh it actually makes for like a really useful hand macro. A lot of hand macros try to like control the entire hand, but the hand movements are so like specific and the way that they like pose is you can move all your fingers individually. Uh, so controlling all of them at once is like it doesn't usually. I don't usually find hand and macros too useful personally, but this one is really good. Like I can see myself using this a lot, and it makes it instead of having 5 controls, you have 3, which is really nice. Um, okay. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and lock these guys because I don't want them to change. Okay. Let's see. So we have our Mr. Robot. Should he be bigger? Maybe he should be bigger. It'd be kind of fun. Look how big he is. Yeah, sure. Let's make him bigger. Why not? I'll just go ahead and make the geometry bigger. Ah. Ah. Yeah. That seems appropriately sized. Maybe a little big, but whatever. I can turn this off. Okay, now I can duplicate. Let's actually put these in another collection. Both of these, oops. Both of these guys in another collection. Now I can duplicate this collection to get more enemies, and they'll probably be, I'm just gonna arbitrarily say, let's do like 4. Let's do 5. I like 5. So we can just select the rigs and move them about. And we'll probably end up using grease pencil at some point. It depends on how fast I am. I don't know how long I'm going to stream, but I would like to actually finish a piece of animation today. Okay. So what I want to do is she can basically, my idea is basically we'll start low to the ground. And maybe we'll do like, start with maybe 24 millimeter camera. I'm going to key all this here. And we'll start pretty low to the ground, and basically she'll be kind of like snowboarding at first. Here's what I'm going to do to give the impression of a slanted ground, by the way. Let me just take all these guys. Oops. Can I select everything here? Does that work? That does work. Okay. And then individual origins, and I'm just gonna like slope everything a little bit and then move it down. There, guys. It's sloped. She's on a slope. Fantastic. Oh, that's really trippy. If you go into... Anyway, yeah, so she'll be probably like coming into frame on the left side here. She'll come in like this, and boom, she'll get maybe really close to camera, and she's gonna be like dodging lasers. And then we can have the camera like like pan over, and then we can see the laser guys, and they're like pew pew. They're shooting lasers. There's like maybe like so many of them there. And then what I want them to do is I want them to get into like a circle formation, like hit one of these, and then like they're gonna like shoot all their lasers together, and it's gonna form like a big laser, and then the laser will kind of like explode, and we'll kind of like follow it, and then that laser will split into like a bunch of lasers. So now she's like, there's a bunch of lasers coming at her, kind of like missiles, and then we can cut to like a front view maybe There's a specific animation that I wanted to try and recreate because I thought it was really cool. It was by an animator called Road Sign. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Let me pull it up. It's super, super cool. So I wanted to kind of capture the same energy with it. Yeah, this one here. I wanted to capture the same energy as this animation here. I probably won't do a camera orbit, but like this first like 2 seconds of it, maybe 1 second of it is really cool. And then I can maybe like have it pan up and she can start like flying in the air with her surfboard or something. Sorry, her snowboard. Um, and like dodging all the lasers and do like any tunnel circuits or something. That might be really fun. That might be hard to do all on one stream. Uh, but if I have to stream again, then I will simply stream again. But yeah, that's the idea I kind of had in my head. So we'll just have to go about making that. And the cool thing about this animation too is I don't think it's actually that hard because most of it is gonna be like her like pretty still. Like she's not gonna have to travel very far because I can just move the environment. And then I can even select these guys and like move these if I need to, or like rotate them. Sorry. If I rotate them, that'll give like some impression of movement, right? So pretty easy. So here's what I'll do. Let's do a little bit of camera movement first, because why not? And make sure I have auto key on. So I'm gonna do, what's a good framing? I mean, you might as well do it around the origin. So let me just move these guys first. Whoa, what the heck's happening there? Interesting. So they're double parented to the, they're parented to something. Well, that simply means that we cannot move the the root control. But what we can do, here's what I can do. I will go into the master file real quick. And I'll just add another bone. When in doubt, you solve your rig problems with more bones, guys. Just another one that's bigger. And which one is bone.001? Okay. Scale this up slightly. Boop and boop. And then we'll parent. See, this is parented to this guy. So we'll parent this to this guy. No, other way around. So now we have this hierarchy. And then, yeah, that works. Save this, get rid of this. I will save this and revert this file. And then a second bone should appear there. That totally doesn't have the bone thing. That's fine. Who cares? Oh, this song's kind of funky. Okay, fine. I'll just do this one. What? Eh. There we go. Get rid of the root for now. Okay, so now we have this hierarchy. So now we'll just child of the torso to bone001. There, aha, now I can move the whole rig. It's your femur. Okay, let's move these out of the way so we can put her at the origin. And let us also scale these guys up. Oh, why did it move? How strange. Blender, you are so strange. Okay, we'll just move them then. That's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna set up the camera view to be something like this. I'm gonna make sure I have wireframe on actually, just so I can see everything. Ko-Fi stream bot. Wow. I have a stream bot? Okay. Okay, let's have her come in and do some cool stuff. So she'll probably slide in. I want her to be a little closer. Let's pose her a bit. So maybe something like so. I don't know how sideways you go during a snowboarding. Definitely looks sideways though. And like, this is good enough to begin animating at least. So we'll have her slide in. Let's see, it should be like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 frames in. And then she can kind of, let me get rid of these guys too. She can kind of slide in kind of fast. I kind of want her to be like angled maybe, slightly. So she can come in like this. So maybe we'll angle her here too. We'll make sure to turn these keyframes to vector so she can come in fast. Let's just say it takes that much time to come into frame. Yeah, about this works. Something like this. I'll make sure she stays on the ground. She'll hit one of these maybe. Oh, you know what? I want to change her head follow. Because I think right now she has a global head. And I'm not a huge fan of that, I think. So I'll just make everything local. So I don't have to... Oh, I think you change it to 0 for local, actually. There you go. So now I don't have to worry about the head glitching everywhere when I rotate the body. And get rid of these guys. Okay. She comes in. She comes in here. How close would she come? Maybe here? I kind of want the camera to be lower, to be honest with you. Maybe this. If you have a lower camera, generally things look more dynamic. Okay. Can't exactly see her yet, but it's probably a camera issue. Do I need to go lower? We'll go lower, chat. 16! Then she comes in. She'll hit one of these, maybe. I gotta make sure not to rotate her on X too much. Oops. No, is it Y? Yeah, that. I gotta make sure not to rotate her on Y too much. And then maybe she like, I don't know, maybe she'll like jump. She'll hit one of these. Okay, she'll hit one of these. No, actually, I don't want her to jump. Never mind. Instead, she'll... I kind of want her to spin in the climax shot, so instead of having her spin, I'll just have her carve, I guess. So she'll hit one of these, and she'll... I guess I don't know. Yeah, curve, carve. She'll go far away from the camera and then come back. Let's see. Oh, I should add some slopes for her to hit too. That would be fun. Or like some ramps. Um, Yeah, and then she can go even further. Oh, the wrong one. Let's have her go even further. Something like that. And then let's say she hits a ramp. I'll just pretend there's a ramp there for now. So maybe about here. And then she'll start leaning this way to kind of carve the other way. She's gonna have some wicked airtime. Yeah, for sure. And then maybe about here, she'll just like encounter a ramp. And maybe she jumps. She jumps here. I wonder if I should ever do a trick. Yeah, she should do a trick here. I want her to seem kind of like fun and playful. So maybe she'll do a trick here. I don't know what it'll be yet, so I'll figure that out later. I'm more familiar with skateboarding than snowboarding. She might do like an indie or something. And then what I want her to do is get closer to camera when she lands. So her arc will be kind of like this. Because when she lands, and that doesn't make too much sense, so I need to move her closer, starting here. Let's turn her, move her this way. Maybe she'll spin here. She'll spin in the air. Yeah, why not? Oh, Quaternion. No, Quaternion strike again. Boo. Ah, the fact that Blender is not... Hey, Ian, what's up, man? Keycasting? Yeah, I hope the keycasts help. Uh, I know sometimes I use maybe hotkeys that people don't know. I just like they're kind of very intuitive for me now. So, but I hope they're useful. I might have to redo all the rotation because I forgot they were in Quaternion. So let me just delete keyframes uh, for the rotational channel on this bone. Because and this one's not keyed, which is perfect. I need to switch both of these. So Control R. I need them to switch to Euler. And then I can whole character keyframe these actually. Well, that fixes that issue, I suppose. She'll come here. She'll be silty tilted up right here. And then in this one, she's going to spin probably this way. So here, hit one of these, and then she'll land. I don't know if there are reverts to snowboarding, but there must be. But anyway, what I wanted to do is I wanted to land like really close to camera, and I want the snow to kind of screen wipe the camera. I am doing well, thank you. I hope you're doing well too, man. Hit one of these really close to camera. The snow will kind of cover the camera and screen wipe, and then we can cut to the next shot. But let's just check the timing of this, because this definitely needs to be adjusted. So let us hit this, and maybe even, how do I want to finish it? Where should she be? Somewhere like here, I reckon. Yeah, cool. So let us retime this so we can have this seem good. I think probably I want to have her come in sooner. Just so that the shot isn't dead for too long. Maybe like 10 frames. Oh yeah, perfect. I was right on the dot. So I want to hold this bit a little bit. So let's do. And I need this frames to be more spread apart. This might actually be. This might end up being actually quite a long shot. Let's set a limit on ourselves. I don't want this. I don't want this animation to be longer than 12 seconds. Actually, let's make it a clean 300 frames. There we go. By the way, if I finish animating all 300 frames on this stream, someone should give me the fastest animator ever award because that's actually insane. Let's do that. Animating master. Master of all animators. I wouldn't say I'm a master, but 300 frames in like, what, a 3, maybe 4 hour stream is pretty, it's kind of a lot. I think this is good enough. Probably this needs a little more time. And this definitely needs to be faster. Maybe even like 1, 2, probably 3 frames. Maybe 4. Yeah, because I want to hold this longer, and then she can drop. And then make this shorter. Ah, Blender, you're fighting me here. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. So we'll just put in some basic camera movement to match now. And then we can call this shot done. It might be extended a little bit when I kind of edit it a bit. I really am just taking you guys through the entire process. I'm hoping I can finish it today, but we'll see. Now you guys see how I animate camera animation. It's really simple and stupid and boring. Okay, actually I need the camera to be here at the end, so make sure to key that. And key these as well, might as well. Let's start here, a little bit down. I want the focus to be like on the slopes, like this area. And then so it's moving, coming in, and the camera will kind of like catch focus on this guy or on the girl. Ms. Polaris. Actually, let me change the stream title too. Let's see. Animating snowboarding queen Polaris. Polaris. Done. Easy. Probably do something. Camera comes up maybe suddenly. Because I want that to be like, oh, what's this? And then boom, action. Kind of feel. So we'll add a little bit of roll here. I want to keep it going up. Maybe the rolls should be the other way. And then I want basically as she's moving along the screen, I want the camera to like track her, but in like a delayed fashion. Jeez, I definitely want to get this hang time. I'm gonna have to make, yeah, this is gonna be kind of an awkward angle. Let's see. Let's do this. And we'll hit this. Okay, let's see how this looks. So that could probably do with being a little more dynamic, but like honestly, as a base, I think it's kind of fine. So what we'll do here, I think we already have a whole character keyframe at the beginning, which is nice. Just make sure. whole character just keys like uh every property. So that way, like the rig is exactly whole character is basically saying like exactly as the rig is right now. Key that because sometimes you key it, but then like if you change the FK slider, then even though the IK is keyed, it'll be an FK, so the pose won't be exactly the same. And then for these robo guys, let's see. Let us do something with them. They're all going to need to be rotated. Looks like 90 degrees. Just don't want them in the shot for now. Boom. And then right here, we'll camera cut. So right here. Next frame. Honestly, we can just move Polaris down. Nah, actually, we'll go ahead and move the camera. We'll make it somewhat accurate, because they're not that far away. There's no reason to do that. So keep in mind, this is going to be a little bit weird. But honestly, it's going to be like it's supposed to be like a blurred type motion. So this is like a camera transition more so than actual camera movement. But I'm just doing it like in the actual viewport. Probably going to have to zoom in a bit. So let's do 35. Let's hit 35 and see what happens. And then something like that. I think that'll work. Like once the snow kind of transitions to wipe the camera, it'll feel pretty good. And then we'll just kind of like add some like residual movement here. I don't know how long this shot's gonna be. You can see here I'm doing the camera work first, and it's hard to explain why. It just feels more intuitive. Yeah, I want to do something like that. And then how we'll transition as well. Let's make this guy. Which one's the one? I think this is the first one. So we'll go ahead and dude, low key. Wait, let's just join all the rigs together. Yeah, let's just join all the rigs, man. And let's just join all the all the heads too. Can I not select them for some reason? Oh, I turned them off. I'm going to combine all the heads because there's no reason for them to all be separate objects, to be honest. It is just impeding me. Okay, cool. So I can get rid of these collections. Turn this off again. Cool. So this is the main guy. So right here, I will have about here. Okay, cool. Oh, what? Oh, everything wants to be an issue. Okay. Well, the reason they were separate, I see, is because they were all parented to the bones itself. Yeah, go to sleep, man. Have a good night. Okay. Let's just auto uh what is it? Automatic waits. Automatic waits save me. That didn't work at all. Uh-oh. What we're probably gonna have to do is hit one of these then. Let me just delete all the animation. Perfect. Now can I move the origin? Set origin. Awesome. Cool. Why not? We did it, chat. We fixed it. The world is saved. Okay. Now we can animate. So they don't come into this frame. About here. Take this guy. He's going to be real close to camera, and he's going to be like... He's going to be hitting one of these. Oh, I just realized Summertime Record is playing. My girlfriend would be so proud of me. Da, 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 da. Okay, so hitting one of these, and then he's going to like move away from camera. Maybe here. This guy's the main center point of this like composition, so I'm just kind of making sure I get this guy right, and then we can move on to the next shot. They're just shooting lasers, to be honest. So I don't really want their movement to be too. It honestly doesn't matter too much. I do not want him to move so far back. So let's see what his path looks like. Let's get rid of this and restart. Further away. And I want him to start looking down. Actually, no, he'll start looking up. He should be looking down more. I'm not sure. There we go. And then he can kind of just like settle here. And there we go. I think this will look fine. Let's just see what it looks like. It might be too. He might need to. He might need to go further back in screen space just a little bit. Hit one of these, and then I can maybe hold these frames longer. I want to hold his X rotation. So I'm switching. By the way, that's Control Tab in the dope sheet. You can switch to the graph editor automatically. Let's go here. I want to hold his X rotation a little more. So maybe I'll do something like this. Yeah, something like that. Okay, cool. Switch back. Yeah, he's not his backwards movement is like feeling like it's like stunted. Maybe it's because it's too far. Oh, maybe I should do something like that. So come back, goes forward, and maybe you should come closer to the camera again. Hit one of these. Maybe he can come forward here. Let's keep him back. And let us delay this because I want to squish these frames together a little more. Because right now it feels kind of like they're a little bit too floaty. I actually might just make the shot shorter. Let me undo that. Yeah, if I squeeze these together more, what does it look like? Does it look better? Okay, let's animate it from the front view. That might be a little easier. Ah, maybe the arc is not reading well because this is going too high. Let us move this down. Okay, that looks good. I don't want to stress about it too much, so I think I might just move on to the other robots, but like something to this effect. Why does it look so slow? Here we go. Yeah, I wanted to do something like that. And even though it looks kind of choppy, that's fine, we can fix that. Okay, so now I'm low-key just going to copy this animation to the rest of them because they're in different spots origin-wise, and then I can maybe just like, oops, I can maybe just like fuck with it a little bit, make it look a little different. I'm curious. I'm curious what it looks like. Ha, looks funny. You learning a lot? I'm glad. I'm glad. I know a lot of people have said that like, you know, the process of observation is really valuable to them. So I'm glad. I'm glad I could help in some way. Okay. Let us. Is this Y location? Is that forward or back? Okay, it's forward and back. Perfect. Let us take this curve. I just want to position them in a way that feels good. Compositionally, so probably something like this. Not all of them have to kind of rush back either. So honestly, once I have the composition I want, I think I might even delete a lot of this animation, but we'll see. This one should be way far away as to not interfere. Maybe? Yeah. Let's drop this one a little more. That's gonna be real close to the ground. And we can have this one. This down. And if I move it further away, what does it look like? That one starts to look like the focal point, which I don't want. So I'm gonna have to move him. Yeah, down and back I think will be good. Yeah, I think that looks okay. And the challenge will be to make these guys kind of feel alive. Okay, perfect. And I think I'm actually just going to delete this. And then every one of these guys, I want it to have slightly different timing. So Let's just stick with this guy. Which one is this? This one here? Honestly, we can hit one of these. This guy can... Should he already be there? Maybe he should be really late. Yeah, let's delay him. This one we can delay. Actually, we can make one slightly early. Let's make this one super early. Let's make this one super late. And like, what does that look like? Yeah, some of these, the starting position is not where I want it to be. Is there only 4? There's a 5th one, right? Interesting. What's this one as well? Actually, this can probably just be the starting frame for the most thing. This one's not moving at all. Oh, because it already finished it. Okay, maybe that's a little too early. Yeah. So sufficiently delayed, I think, for the layout phase. Compositionally, let's see. Compositionally, I think it's okay. Can change it later. So she goes, flips, do here, and then it transitions to this kind of shot. And he'll hit one of these. And let's try this again. And I'm deleting my animation a lot, and that's like, I think something a lot of people don't like to do, but I always say to not be precious about things, especially when you're starting, because like you need to just test ideas. Boom. God, my spline animating today is not great. I've been animating too much at 30 FPS, and my sense of timing is like all off. Wait, low key, I should just do this, right? I should just open the action editor. I should just move this here. Something like that. And then go back to the dope sheet, because at some point they will have to hit that circular laser that I wanted to hit. So let's put them in the final, wherever they will be for their final position. And then have them kind of anticipate. Each one of them anticipates. Just have them all drop slightly, or maybe this one can raise. What does that look like? And then let's just have them kind of get into formation. What would that look like? Probably like well, they're 5, so probably a pentagon formation? Let me change this music, hold on. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know any of these songs anymore. Oh, I know this one actually. I lied. Hmm. Let's play this. Why not? Yeah. Okay. I think I'll just have them get in formation immediately, actually. Formation will be something. Something like so. So look up. There'll be 2 at the base, I think. And hit one of these. And then they'll form a laser. Boom. So we'll do more camera work here. I guess this will be a longer shot. So let's see, how long should it be? So this should maybe zoom out to emphasize. Let's see. Yeah, something about this. So we'll go here. Just like slight screen shake. And I want it to be moving ever so slightly to the right, to screen right. And just to do like, just to act as like an anticipation, like an energy builder. We can have her move back once. And then laser bursts here. So key everything. And then we can like follow the laser. If we go too far this way, we'll actually see Polaris, but I guess we can move her later. I think this is good enough. I'll hit one of these. So and right now I'm imagining the laser. I'm imagining like a big laser. Like kind of hitting one of these. You know, so I'm like tracking it kind of in my head. RT3, man, I'm going good. How you doing? I know this stream is just testing out a rig, but I really haven't played with the rig too much. I'll get into the next shot. So I want to avoid that for sure. This of our environment. So I need to fix the camera rotation. Boom. And then, oh man. And then I think here it'll pan this way just to show the laser's going after her. Probably just hit that. Is this Z rotation? Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. Cool. And then I'm imagining the lasers probably look like so. Why is it changing everything? Like something like that. Whatever. However it looks. They'll be like chasing her, kinda. Did Ramen like that song? Yeah, I know he did. Okay. Let's do this. I think this could be faster. Let's just get rid of this completely. Let's not roll the camera so much. I think we might need to replace this keyframe with this. Maybe not. I feel like the shot should linger a bit longer. I'm going to adjust the timing of this cut so that it all fits within this, but honestly, this is way too long too. Let's move these, make this shorter as well. And then we can afford to linger here. Why is this different? What happened? Oh, I just didn't key it. I see. Okay, don't want to linger too long, but should be all right. And then this is when we can get to the big action shot. I think I can make this one shorter to have more room for it too. So yeah, she comes in kind of late here. So let's just, as a whole, move everything closer. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 is fine. Maybe even closer than that. Yeah, we just line up the vector keyframes, why not? And then maybe we don't need to hold on this so much, actually. So instead, let's just change the timing to immediately make this shorter. And by proxy, make this shorter, I guess. Because the big hold I want is the jump spin. Maybe here we can hold instead. Actually, let's keep this the same and there's a little bit of a hold back here. Let's make this just more smooth. Yeah, I think that feels all right. And that camera transition will be pretty cool. I think what needs to happen is this. We need to immediately fill the frame here with some robots. So, well, I guess there'll be. Yeah. And then they'll shoot at her or whatever. And then now we can make this overall shorter, so that solves that problem. And then instead, let's just have them hit one of these, so we can make this even shorter. It might be kind of a fast-paced shot, but like honestly, yeah, maybe we'll leave it all the way out here. And let's drag these out. Okay, yeah. So there's about, let's see. This is the camera cut, and we have about 105 to 79, so a decent amount of time. But bye guys. Okay, so we have this. That might be. Yeah, this is like too slow still. I want the timing of this to be faster when she approaches the camera. So we're gonna go ahead and just reduce the number of frames it takes to do that. Right here even. And then maybe we can bring one more frame back here. That jump felt really lethargic, but I mean, she's going over slope, but I feel like it's going to go pretty fast. So we can actually just have her reach her airtime a lot sooner. There we go. That feels way better. This is like straight ahead. Yeah, this is I'm doing straight ahead animation right now. And I mean that's usually how I work, TBH. I don't do like pose to pose animation too much. Like, even when I'm like doing character like animation blocking, I'm usually working in straight ahead, like a straight ahead type workflow. I think, yeah, this hole needs to be less. Let's just do 2. It might even need to be 1. How does it look for 1 frame? That's pretty good, actually. And then we'll camera cut here. This is good. So now we have the rest of this to do some cool stuff. Does she does she have a gun? I kind of want her to have a gun. I don't know why I'm feeling that right now. Maybe I'll give her a gun or something. But either way, let us cut to the next shot. Next shot is probably going to be compositionally about like this. Probably, let's see, 124. I'm going to bring up my reference that I wanted to animate. It wasn't this. Where's... I showed it on stream like earlier. I guess I have to find it again. Here it is. Okay, cool. So the idea is to have the camera feel like it's rushing forward, like having a lot of energy, like so, you know? So in order to do that, what I'll probably have to do... It's so many questions you want to ask us week, you forgot them all? No! Hey, if you ever have a question during the stream or whatever, you can always DM me on Twitter if you want. If you ever need a question answered. I'll get back. I always just respond when I can. That's kind of my rule. Like, you're always free to DM me, and if I am able to respond, I will. And if I'm not able to respond, I won't. So, up to your discretion. But anyway, let me look at the framing of this a little bit. Yeah, I want to do the horizon closer to the bottom of the screen. Something like this. And then... dude, I kind of want an insert shot of her face here. I might do that, like, later. But just for the sake of the stream, I don't think it's necessary. Just so it stays all actiony. And let us hide this. Don't need it anymore. So this is when we go really crazy with her animation. So as far as the layout goes, we'll just go ahead and lay out as best we can. Let's move this over here too. Okay. And then have her slide in over like 2 frames or something. Hit one of these. How fast is she in the reference? Let's see. It's pretty fast. Let's see. Yeah, she should be pretty fast so that we can maybe get a glimpse of her face here. And then she can kind of start carving this way. Still going a little forward, starting to move this way. Let's have her be this way at the start. And then we can have her spin. She's gonna do like a ground spin. That is, I think I had a few people show me a few snowboarding tricks, and apparently just like spinning on the ground, like with your snowboard contacting the ground, is a trick. I forgot what it's called, but it looked really cool. I should really make use of the dope sheet more in this way. I kind of forget that you can pull all the keyframes quickly. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I like the dope sheet a lot. When I animate in Maya and there's no dope sheet, it makes me want to pull my hair out because like I need to be able to see all the keyframes, like where everything is, just timing wise, because it makes it really easy to just like boop boop boop, like move it all. And when you just in the graph editor and everything's curves, it's just so much harder. Like this makes so much less sense to me, personally. Um, and then the good thing about the dope sheet too is you can use the action editor to like isolate. So like right now I'm only working on Polaris, right? And with the dope sheet you see all the keyframes of all the rigs. But if I bound this drop down menu to Shift A, so Shift Tab, and if I press Shift Tab and then A because it's an accelerator key, all the underlined letters are accelerator keys. I press A and now I'm in the dope sheet, and now I'm only seeing Polaris keyframes. So it's kind of like isolating a character layer, if you will. But there's only 3 characters and a camera here, so working in the dope sheet isn't too bad in this case. But especially when I work on like scenes for work, there's like 7 characters in the scene or something. I use the action editor a lot. This is too fast, I think. And we can just make sure she's not too far forward. Let's just have her start her spin. And again, because I want this shot to be really dynamic, there's going to be lots of movement like this, basically. Like forward, like away, and towards the camera. Let's just replace this keyframe. Let's replace this one too. Let's go here. And she'll probably spin twice just to like, for the drama. She might have to spin faster for it to really sell, but this should be alright. Yeah, I like that the rig controllers are kind of thick. I don't know if that might be my Blender settings, to be honest. I don't know if it's actually the rig, but like it's really easy to select, which is like the nice thing. Did I set a keyframe on accident? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I did. There we go. Okay. And then I should have to stay flat here, I'm pretty sure. So there's an important thing in snowboarding about, it's called like catching an edge, where if you're going downhill, I'll just finish this pose out so you can see. Well, basically, if you were positioned like this and you were going downhill, I think you want to be leaning back because that's the edge, like furthest away from the downhill slope. So you slide on it. If you're tilted this way, like you kind of like catch under the ground and then you fall over. So I'm just trying to keep that in mind when she's spinning. But it's quite hard. Like I've snowboarded in real life a couple times, and I have ate shit like multiple times. So I want her to be hitting one of these. So yeah, that spin's gonna have to be much faster if I want her to double spin. And then I want to figure out how to transition her. And maybe it can just stay like this. Let's come up close to the camera. So right now what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm animating and I'm just like not worrying about the timing at all. Because it just like genuinely doesn't matter to me until I'm actually like animating. I would consider this more like doing layout. Just to kind of see kind of what shot I want to do. So like a lot of these keyframes are very mistimed, so it leads to like a lot of like jerky motion. Is it the default camera? Yeah, it's the default camera. I don't need anything more than that personally. Nope, I'm not selected anything. Aha, here we go. Have her hit one of these. She's gonna carve a bunch. It might be easier to hit one of these. Okay, so then I want her to carve like really fast. That's just a matter of the keyframe distance being wrong, but it's alright. And I probably want her to jump at some point because I just think jumps look cool. But I want her jump to be like some. I want to launch her in the air, kind of. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's just retime this section for now. So this definitely needs to be faster. Let's see. I want it to go like boom, 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 boom. So I want the full spin to be done about here. So let's just crunch these keyframes a little bit. When is this key finished? Okay, so this is. Let's make these on twos. And actually, this is when she starts moving to the right. So maybe here, let's do threes instead. And we can do that one on four. And make this whole thing faster. Boom. Circle. I think this entrance needs to be faster. Like from screen left to screen right here. And I think I might just straight up replace this keyframe. Actually, no. What I'm gonna do is replace this keyframe maybe? No, I think I was right. I'll replace the other keyframe. I was right initially. Let's have some like fast like carvy action. I do want it to look somewhat realistic, but she has a rocket-powered snowboard, so you know I don't have to go crazy with it. I did watch a little bit of I don't know if you guys have played Sonic Riders, but I was watching a little bit of like gameplay of that the other day in preparation for this. Because I had a feeling I was gonna do a snowboarding stream with this character. No, the cursed song. I want to skip this one. Sorry, USOB. I've heard that song way too much. Go to the game mention. Yeah, you like Sonic Riders too? I think when I played it, I was maybe like 11. That was a super fun game though. I really wish I would have played more of the Sonic games. Like the only ones I played like the 2006 like Sonic like video game. I think I played Shadow the Hedgehog. I played like Sonic Unleashed. I think I played Sonic Adventure 2, but I didn't finish it. I was super young when I played that one. I played like Sonic Riders as well. Let me look at my reference one more time just to get a good feel of the energy. What if she like jumped off like a big like she kind of jumped off a cliff kind of? Because there's a piece of I don't know if I can show it. I probably can't. There's a piece of concept art um for this character. I kind of want to recreate it, so I might try to do that. Let me see. I don't think I can show the concept art, unfortunately. Let's see. I can think it's in the design channel. So I might try to have this be the ending shot. That looks really cool. So without spoiling it too much, I might try to have her jump off like a cliff And I think the ending shot composition is something like that's like a cliff. There's like shit in the background, like more like rocks and things. And she's hitting one of these. Oops. Maybe like that, maybe? Yeah. And then she'll be like here. She'll be like wahoo! Maybe that's like will be like the end of it. I don't know. Just an idea. I'm kind of flying by wire on this stream, so. Zero Riders Gravity was also really fun. Or Riders Zero Gravity. Oh, I didn't play that one, I think. I don't know. When I played Sonic Riders and I had to use the freaking uh was it the Wii balance board? I don't know if everyone had to do that. I don't know if it was available on other platforms, but at least on the Wii, I had to use the balance board. And that was kind of hell to get through, but it was also really fun. And this is missing like a character. I mean, we can't really zoom in on her face because she doesn't have a face rig yet, unfortunately. Um, so I think we'll just keep it as it is. That's like low-key fine. I want to compare the timing to my reference again. I think she's just actually needs to start spinning sooner. What if I just replace this keyframe entirely? And this could be faster by like 1 frame each, I think. Maybe 2 here. And let's keep her moving backwards, actually. Ah, there we go. Hmm. Did I ever play the SX video games? No, I don't think I did. I wanted to play more of like the classic Sonic arcade games. Um, like I said, I don't think I actually finished Sonic Adventure 2, so I would like to go and replay that one. Like a lot of the ones that are like considered like the better Sonic games. I really like Sonic Unleashed. I played it when I was 9 or something like that. I know a lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was fun. I don't know. Werewolf Sonic was kind of cool. And then I want to have her like get really close to the camera because I want to show her like rocket board, which is these guys. So I'll probably even have these guys like I'll probably have a shape key or whatever to like make these like things grow. So they'll probably get like really big and they'll start shooting fire out like you know. Yeah, it didn't leave a bad impression on you. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was fun. But I don't know. Maybe it's like elitist people or like people who are like super into Sonic. I'm a bit of a casual, I suppose. So let me just fuck with the X location here because it's easier to do in the graph editor. Let's hit one of these. Yeah. Can I just have it blend actually? But like, hey, because I want to have her launch into the air at some point. Yeah, I'll have to fix a lot of this, but in terms of layout animation, it's kind of fine. And then low key, I think I'm just gonna have her kind of get really close to camera. Ooh, there's some camera clipping. So she'll hit this, and then she'll like kind of jump up. Is what I'm thinking. And she'll go up into the sky, and she'll like start like riding on the air kind of thing. Yeah, she'll probably launch off with the thrusters, but what I really want to do is I want to have her like you know how there's those characters that they kind of like ride in the air with their surfboard. And I don't know if you've ever seen any tunnel circus before, but I kind of want to do something like that to this shot, where she's like riding in the air, maybe like so, right? She's over here and she's like, "Wow, I'm riding." She's on her surfboard or her snowboard, like in the air, flying, while a bunch of like lasers and rockets like chase her. Like that would be kind of fun. Um, because the other option is to do like a slow motion thing. I only have 300 more frames, so we're gonna see like what I can even do. Because I honestly might, once I finish the layout, I might only animate this last shot, and then maybe I'll finish the other two like off stream or something. Um, and then I'll maybe like make a Twitter post or so. But I want to get this layout. I want to get the ideas down, and then I can just start animating. And I don't think this will actually take that long, because usually a ton of circus animations don't actually take that long for me. But it's just about getting the like transitions right. Is like Echo from Arcane on his hoverboard. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what it is, right? I want it to turn from like a snowboard, and then I want it to be visually obvious that like it's like she can fly now, you know, or like be visually justified at least. Because if she just starts flying in the air, then it's gonna kind of be like, why was she flying this whole time, kind of thing. So I'm pretty happy with the other two shots. So I'm actually gonna just focus on this last shot now. And then the arc that she takes into the air is gonna be really important. It's probably gonna be something like this. It just has to make sure that she doesn't feel like she's jumping. That's the only thing. So maybe something like this might be better. And then let's look up some references of Etano Circus so we can just get a good feel of what we want to do. So let's see. Etano Circus Sakuga. I'll go ahead and mute this tab too. Let's bring this over. Let's watch some stuff, shall we? I think this is like a new one. I haven't seen this one before. So yeah, I kind of want to do something like that. But of course she'd be riding a surfboard instead. Yeah, I like this one. That's how I can kind of make it obvious. Maybe like she jumps and then the rockets take hold. Like how she kind of freezes in frame here. She jumps, she's still, and boom. Now, I think she can be more dynamic than just moving like screen right the whole time. So I have to really think about how the camera's gonna move too. Yeah, I kind of like that one. This one's kind of fun. I think I like the ones that are more constant motion though. Some of these have like holds, which is cool, but I think not what I really want to go after. That's too much character focus, I think. There is one in Gundam or Macross, I think, where they're just like, ooh, wait, that one's kind of cool. That one manages to be like side-scrolling, but still really dynamic. How interesting. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, I think this one, like, there is this one. He's on like a surfboard or something. Is that an airplane? I can't tell. No, he's on something. He's riding something. Yeah. So maybe I'll do something like that. Yeah, okay. I think I have an idea. So just come. I think I'll probably take out this screen right movement, but I'll just do that in layout. Well, should I? I can just take these two keyframes out and I should be effectively the same thing. Yeah. Oh, my music stopped. Not now. Why does it not play? What happened? Guys, it broke. There we go. Okay. Goes here. And I think this is too close too fast. Let's have her take like an arc to it. Something like that, maybe? Boom. And then launch her into the air. And the launch in the air has to be like kind of fast. So it actually can appear like a jump, and then she'll jump and then use her boosters in the air. And I think that'll be visually evident of what I want to do. Okay, so she'll be hitting one of these. Boom. And then, am I self-taught animator? Yeah, yeah. Um, Pretty much completely self-taught. I think. Have I taken any animation classes? I've taken more drawing classes than animation classes. I think I took I took a manga class once. I took a storyboarding class, but I've never taken an animation class. I want this hang time to be evident. Okay, I might have to redo this pose. Boom. And then she'll launch off right here. And then I'm probably going to have to do some camera tricks to actually get this to work out how I want it to. Yeah, I want her to like hit like a boom kind of thing. And that will feel like she's taken off. I have to remember I want this thruster to be close to the camera for a second. So let's do this. Extend it by a few frames. Honestly, I want this to be closer to the camera sooner. So is this? Okay, my YouTube desktop app is actually dying. But I'm hearing music, so I guess I can't complain. Oh, maybe she'll go backwards here, actually. What does that look like? Are these rig reviews going to be a reoccurring thing? I got some goodies. I mean, they certainly can be. I love testing out new rigs. Um, and it just depends on what I feel like doing. I got a couple of my own rigs to test out too, which should be fun. But yeah, if you have anything, yeah, throw it my way, man. I have to say, this is, I guess, less like a rig review and more like an animation test. Like, I'm just kind of using the rig. So there's definitely features that I'm probably going to be missing out on that are part of the rig. Um, but like, I'm just mostly concerned with how can I use this in animation, you know? So I want her to hit one of these, and then she can just kind of fly away. Boom, bang. And then now it's how to transition the camera. I think it should be easy enough, actually. But there's going to have to be a camera transition where the character becomes parented to the camera at some point. And I have to decide when that's going to be. It's probably just going to be right here. Are you using Rigify or custom? I usually all my rigs that use Rigify. I just like Rigify a lot. I like the way it controls. I like the way it animates. So I personally try not to. I personally try not to stray too far away from like a Rigify-esque rig. Um, the face is usually completely custom because the Rigify face is actually like kind of bad. Um, yeah. And then of course if like clothes need specific rigging, I'll rig that custom as well. I'll undo the tilt there. That fucked it up. I want it to be close to the camera, but here, like one more time. But I guess it doesn't really work too well. I need to have her like almost leave the camera before I can transition to her being like parented to it. So maybe I can just have her like be like really far away up here. Something like that maybe. Let's see, what if I vector this? No. Wait, I don't want to vector that. I want to move it over a frame. Yeah, I think that feels okay. Do you play with custom Rigify presets? Yeah, I play with custom Rigify presets. I also play with just like completely custom modules. Like, do I have Visual Studio installed on this computer? I think I do. Yeah, like I think I like. This is not mine. I don't think I have the folder open, but yeah, like you can create custom like Rigify modules, like the meta rigs, um, and then like use code to like make them spawn things how you want. So like I've made a custom Rigify face module before for like the studios I've worked at. Um, but you can make custom arm, custom like finger, whatever, and it's not too difficult. Like my coding knowledge, my coding ability is very like limited, but like you know, uh, I wouldn't say it's user friendly or like beginner friendly, but it's not like so difficult that if you don't have code experience, you're like doomed. You know. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of camera work here because on this frame, I'm gonna need the character root to transition and be parented to the camera because the camera's gonna start moving. Um, so for now, let's just hit this. I think in the reference, there's not that much camera movement, but of course, yeah, during this is not that much camera movement. So maybe I won't use too much either, but I kind of think it's fine. And again, all I'm really doing is just tracking the character like, but like delayed. I might actually have to add some translations here for fun. Ooh, right here would be really cool. I don't think I need to focus on her face there because she doesn't even. Yeah, that's fine. Because the whole point is she's dodging lasers. Hmm. I kind of want to. I do kind of want to see her full body for most of it though. So maybe I'll hit one of these. I'll drop her back. And I'll go back to the normal frame here. but instead I will got it. Okay, cool. So we got this. As long as we can see her for most of it, it should be all right. I'm gonna extend this like how she passes the camera. But I'm having trouble finding the right timing for it. Let's see. Maybe it's a rig thing. Maybe I can just keep her close. Yeah, something like this. And let's just extend this. Like, I don't know what's, maybe I just move this camera. Let's select the camera and we can follow her again. I want to keep moving forward with her a little bit actually. Translation, I think doesn't change. There we go. Let's hit one of these. I know animating in camera view. I animate the camera in camera view like quite a bit. So I apologize if it's a little bit confusing, but and then I want to have this move forward, up, and we can start to rotate. And then right here, yeah, this will be like the start of the a tunnel section. I have about, how many frames? How many frames do I have to do it? Torso pivot bone really helps with acrobatics. Yeah, I think this rig also has one as well. Definitely should. Um, this isn't a rigify rig. This is a cloud rig, but um, I think it has like most of the same features as rigify, and then has a couple of extra features that like make animating a little bit easier. Actually, I think right here is when the character will be parented to the camera. Maybe there instead, because I want to start translating the camera up here, and I need to be able to track the character almost perfectly. That's probably how it's gonna feel like. And let me go back to watching these. Yeah, lasers like this are kind of what I want to have. You can barely see that guy. They should have made him not so black. Or had more contrast with his outfit in the background. Is Cloud Rig essentially Rigify Plus? I mean, I would describe it that way. That might be doing a disservice to what Cloud Rig actually is. Um, I know it has a lot of extra features. Do you usually not leave the VOD up? No, I usually post the VOD on YouTube afterwards on my YouTube channel. I don't know if I'm able. I don't know if I'm able to put VODs on Twitch at the moment. Where the hell did the attack helicopter come from? I don't know, man. Yeah, these lasers are cool too. This one's a little bit too like. Oh, that part's kind of cool. And this one's flying at the camera, which I don't really want. This one's kind of cool. This has kind of. Well, those like fists. What the? Wait, would you guys see that? That's funny. It's like a boot. What the fuck? Random bullshit go. Yeah, literally. Oh, exclamation point YouTube. Sorry, I don't like. I'll link my YouTube. I don't have any like bot commands set up. So let me just link my channel for you if you wanna. Yeah, I like when the lasers are kind of sharp, kind of like in DC. There's like Dark Side, and he has like those lasers that like those homing lasers, and they always make these kind of like sharp geometric angles. I think it looks really good. Do you do lasers in Blender? I mean, I'm probably gonna do it in Blender. I don't think it would be wrong to do it in compositing. I mean, they'll probably have to be composited to some effect. But I mean, this is just like animation, right? It's not like for the final effects. I'm not an effects artist by any stretch. So it would just be like kind of for fun. But first I have to figure out how I want her to move in the air. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of having her kind of come close to the camera and then be like, ha, like maybe strike a pose. Because that would like really sell the rig too. That'd make the rig look really cool. So I think that's what we're going to aim to do. So if I look at her path, so she takes off. So ultimately, I think her path is going to be something like this. So she takes off about here. She's going to go here, and then maybe she'll hit like one of these. I want her to reach this corner of the screen. She'll come around, and she'll come really close to the camera. So she'll be the closest here. But I think that's about the path I want her to take. Hmm. Okay, cool. So now all that's left is to just do the camera work. Or just move the camera a little bit. Oh, I kind of wish I had a skybox. Hmm. I can probably draw myself a skybox with grease pencil. It's probably fine. So right here. So that means I'll probably have to delete this keyframe. But right here. Child of, and we'll make it a child of the camera. Keyframe it, turn it off. And then now, let us move her where she needs to be. So maybe about here. And I kind of want it to be, Yeah, I wanted to take like this kind of curved path. Something like that. And she'll be really small. Or maybe she'll, I don't know. It's just rough. Yeah, something like that. So what I basically need to do right now is get the camera into the air, like looking into the air. And then I can animate her in camera space doing the Eternal Circus motion I want. And then I'll animate the camera moving to fit the animation. And that should be this whole shot. I might have to make it slightly longer, to be honest. Um, but yeah, then I can get to animating the shot, and I can add some lasers to it. I really want to do the rest of it, but I'll probably have to do it off stream. Like this is what the start of the animation looks like. And we have these robots that are kind of shooting lasers at her, and then she's gonna be dodging all the lasers, doing cool stuff. And this is probably too fast if I'm not, if I'm being honest. Let's move it all the way to 245. Maybe that's too slow. Okay, cool. So now if you move the camera, we notice that the character doesn't move because the character's stuck to the camera, which is fine for now. Um, because once she's in the air, we can animate her in camera space with no issue. Something like that. Boom. Ah, let's do that. And then I think this is okay for now. Like I said, I want to animate her in camera space doing whatever she needs to do, and then we'll do the camera work after. Okay. So how should she move in camera space? I already defined her path, so it, in theory, should be easy. Honestly, she can move farther away. Eternal Circus as the character should be pretty far. Yeah, she can even be like further away. I wonder if I could put the scale. I suppose I could instead of having her be far away, but it's probably easier just to move her further away. And I'm gonna work in view here instead of global. I'll work in view. How are you moving the camera without leaving the camera view? So you can select the camera like this on the edge here, or just select the camera and then go into camera view. And if you just use the R hotkey, you know, the G hotkey and the S hotkey, you can move from camera. You can move the camera in camera view. If you double tap R, you can do free rotate as well, which is usually what I use. So she'll probably do this. She'll go down, and maybe she'll start tilting this way. That's too much. So she'll kind of, I want her to go down and then up a little bit. And maybe here, should be about, just have her follow the path I drew, essentially. Did I rotate her? I think I did on accident. Like this. She should be board facing the camera. She can go down here. She's probably going to go down, maybe closer to the camera here a little bit. Actually, it just seems like she's coming at the camera slightly. And then she can spin. Maybe. Let's just increase this by 350 frames. I can extend this a little bit. And then, let's see. I can have her come close to camera, really close to camera. Much further than she's been. Hit one of these. And I also want her to start spinning. So let's move her like so. And we can get even closer, spin more. Now the issue is, if she's facing this way, we're not going to get to see her face. I could ever change directions mid-air, but that's going to be a little disorienting, I think so. Because the lasers, when she's in the air, are going to be coming like, they should be coming like this across the camera, off camera space, and then they'll come back in over here, and they'll be chasing her. So with that in mind, I mean, she could just have her board face backwards. I don't think I'm just overthinking it. She can just essentially do what's equivalent of a 540. I think it's low-key fine. Her thrusters will be on the wrong side, which is like the main issue. But like, maybe it's fine. Maybe we don't have to give a shit, chat. Maybe she's just spinning the wrong way. If she spun the other way. Yeah, I think she's spinning the wrong way. That's the issue. Okay, we figured it out. Let us reverse the spinning polarity. And she'll hit one of these. Spin, and really close to the camera. And I'll try to make the composition really cool. And then it'll be like slow motion. Huh. Where the hell? Do I have to Euler filter the rotation? I probably do. There's probably something funky going on here. No, the Z rotation's fine. Let's just see what happens here. Actually, it's fine. As curve-wise, there's nothing wrong. There we go. I really don't want the thrusters in the camera because it'll show that the directionality is wrong, and I'm cheating a little bit on this. Oops. Gotta make this longer. Oops, 350, not 35. Back. And then... I guess in theory she could just be mid-spin as well. Like, and it's kind of fine. Let's delete this. And then I just want to have her spinning. And like maybe moving up. We'll do 324. Maybe 330. I don't know how far it should go. What if it goes all the way to the end? Because I feel like it's too long. The gimbal. The gimbaling here is annoying, and it's because I just animated it wrong at the start. Like I actually might consider just redoing the rotations here so they're better. There we go. That's going to be a little cleaner, at least for layout. Just rotation, and just move it over. What? Ah, it selected the... There we go. And then I probably have to move her screen right a little bit. I think that'll be all right. I just kind of don't like how her back's to the camera most of the time, but maybe it's fine. She's gonna be really far away anyway. And this could be all needs to be one frame more longer. I think that looks okay. And then once she gets in the actual frame, because I want to have the final composition be something like the board is here, and then her head is like here. And she's kind of like maybe her hand is like here. And she's kind of like elbow, something like that. And she's like has her goggles. Her hair is like flowing, maybe. Do you block in spline or in stepped? Most of the time in stepped. I'm doing it in spline here because it just makes more sense with the snowboarding motion for me. But also this is more layout animation. So I'm not gonna keep too much of this animation for the final, I think. This is mostly just to get the camera work down. A good question though. I might wanna let's remove this. I might want to this part where she takes off feels still very sudden to me. So I might want to give that a few more frames. Oh, why is the gimbal locking now? Hmm. Yeah, it looks like a gimbal lock to me. Just on the Z-axis though. So there we go. Some people told you you get projects done faster in splined over stepped keys when it comes to blocking. I mean, it heavily depends on what animation you're doing. Like, I don't think it's like as simple as, one is faster than the other. Like in an action scene where like characters are like fighting, like a hand-to-hand combat, I would probably do blocking. Because again, that makes the most sense to me, and also I think it's easier to work on your poses. For something like this, where most of her movement is like just screen space movement, like her poses aren't going to be anything insane, or the poses are not the main focal point of the animation, then like you can work in spline and it's kind of fine. If there's an acting shot, right, where the character's like kind of barely moving, like not moving that much, you might want to use spline. But if it's a heavy acting shot where they're moving around and emoting a lot, you might want to use blocking. Like, I don't think you need, and that's like knowing that stuff just comes from experience. I don't think like it's good to tie yourself down to one workflow or another. Like, nothing's bad. It's just about what's the best method to get the shot done. Should I make this vector as well? No, I shouldn't. Yeah, cool. And then this will look all right. Hold on, I gotta send a message to somebody. Cool. Okay, let us get back to animating here. I'm trying to think of what next step I should do, because I would be comfortable calling this the layout. I'm probably gonna incremental save here, so I have a second version of it. And then let's see. I mean, I don't really need her camera movement for this second half. I can do that like way later in the game. Okay. I need to look up a few references. So let's do that together, shall we? Do I have a this one. Spinning, and if any of you guys are snowboarding experts in the chat, you can help me out. But spinning on the ground snowboarding move. Is it just called a ground spin? Flat ground butter spin. Okay. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I want her to do like something like that. Interesting. It had a bit of a sharpness to it. Let's look at this. So yeah, if you guys look at how his snowboard is tilting, this is what I was talking about earlier. If you weren't there, like I was talking about um uh what's called catching an edge in snowboarding. And if you notice, basically his snowboard is always tilted like towards the hill, right towards the slope, so that way the far edge is like lifted off. Because if the far edge is on the ground, like you can see he goes flat here and then tilts back up. And the reason he's doing that is because if the far edge catches on the ground, he's gonna like get stuck and fall. Oh my god. What is happening, man? Is it literally just because I'm on YouTube? Because that's so stupid. Oh, how boring. Uh, hmm. My music, dude. I'm gonna have to restart the app, I think. I'm banned from YouTube on stream, apparently. Anyway, that being the case. So a 360. Well, let's look up a 720 butter spin snowboarding. Banned from music. I know, right? Oh, interesting. This guy's like spinning almost on his back wheel, or not, I should back wheel. God, I'm so skateboarding peeled. His back foot, I guess. Yeah, he's definitely spinning. He was definitely was spinning on one foot. I want to look at the way his body moves. I regret not having a TikTok account right now. I don't think I can watch this. Okay, cool. This is actually a really good reference. So it looks like yeah, he just keeps his body turning. But it's really interesting to me that he's like on one foot. That's very different from the other video I saw. But I kind of like that more. Now I don't have the snowboard rigged, so I don't know if I can do that. What would you recommend for a beginner, stepped or splined? I would recommend stepped, personally. I would recommend you follow as standard of workflow as you can, and then you can branch out to what feels comfortable when you're more experienced. But also, if blocking is really frustrating, like you don't have to. But that's just what I would recommend. Yeah, like the way his body turns there. I think my character's turning the other way. Does he explain the other way? Backside, yeah, yeah, exactly. So wind up, and then he should. Oh, wait, he does it on his front leg. Hmm. Do you normally butter spin on your front leg? This is so fascinating. Wait, let me go back to this guy. I'm pretty sure he was butter spinning on his back leg. Yeah, that's his back leg. I guess it could be either. What the fuck? How do you do that? Yeah, I guess if you're spinning front side, you do it on your back leg, and if you're spinning back side, you do it on your front leg. Okay, that's good to know. Now, the real question is, should I rig the snowboard to be able to bend like that? I kind of don't want to, just for like the sake of time on the stream. Well, I can't move the leg at all. It's like locked. Oh, I locked it. Yeah, that's why. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, I don't think I will. I suppose I could. That would make it more authentic. Nah, it's fine. For the sake of the stream, let me whole character keyframe here. And let's just see where I want to get started with this. Go back to this stuff. Yeah, okay, so the snowboarding stance, it doesn't have to be too dramatic, it seems like. It does kind of just look like they're standing there. I'm gonna have to clean up his path a lot, though. And if it's supposed to be, if the center of the spin is supposed to be kind of centered on the front leg, I can go with that, I suppose. I want to clean up this curve, though. Let us use a motion path. And we'll display, hold on, display a round frame. There we go. So here, this is wrong because the center of the spin is in the center of the board, but you would just do it in front of your, since doing it backside, it's going to be on his front leg. Seems like. So I need to fix that. That's fine. This needs to be more like here. So the spin. Oops. And this needs to be more over here. Make sure the tilt isn't wrong. Can definitely tilt here. Yeah, this makes the path much different. Hmm. I still do want him to move screen left a little bit. So I don't think I can have him completely be on one of his foot. Probably here. That just makes the spin, that makes the axis of the spin appear weird. Whatever, this frame here. Um, okay. So just make sure this affects every frame. So there's a cool thing you can do. I wish, so when you have motion paths, whenever you change a frame, it like has to update in a way that's really annoying. Like it causes Blender to freeze for a second. And like motion paths are super useful, but that bug's been, that's not a bug, but like that thing's been in Blender forever. And I just really wish motion paths were like easier to work with. So here, dude, I low-key want to work in stepped for this part. Because I can't get this like, spin to look right. Maybe in top view it'll be easier. So like weird in the camera view. Here, oh my goodness, sorry. Fuck, that's really annoying. I feel like I had the good motion and then I like ruined it. There, his foot still needs to be over here. And then his board needs to be flat here. And then here, his board can be tilted. I really want them to, I really want the audience to feel the weight in this part, so. Oh my god, these motion paths are so slow. Let's go ahead and get rid of them for now. Yeah, this is quite hard. I need to get her to move screen left, but also I need her foot pivot to stay in place. So like, you can definitely tell she's pivoting off her front foot now, but her screen space movement is just so erratic. It needs to like move very slowly. Yeah, honestly, that's pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Now I just want to make sure the tilting of it is right. And I want to fix these intro frames too. Oops. Here. Maybe something like this. Something to convey that she's turning. This song is good, bro. Fucking Memento. Save this one. I always dig me a good ballad. Okay. So, boom. And I want to have this tail, the tail of the board, have like some residual motion to the turn too. So honestly, it can maybe turn her even more. Something like that. And this part where it swipes across the screen is really cool, but it's just so fast. Like, I wish it was slower. And then it's like, my brother in Christ, you're the one making the animation. You can make it slower. Maybe like that. No. Do I have to extend the whole thing? I might have to extend the whole thing. But there's a big slow-mo section at the end, so it's kind of fine. Boom. Yeah, okay. The rhythm of it feels good too, which is nice. We might want to extend this beginning section as well. I want to get rid of the background for 1 second. That's because I want to do some tracking on her foot. So let us bring out a red pen. Just want to track where her foot goes. Hmm. It's starting to go other way here. If you see. Yeah. So this should actually be here. There we go. Yeah, the back of the board should be pointing up more. I haven't actually rigged the snowboard, so I can't like bend it. I'll probably have to do that at some point, but I just want to get the rotational motion right. I'll probably just wait. Should I wait it, maybe? Or maybe I'll just do like a lattice. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do this. Because when I move the foot, like in theory, the board should come with it and like kind of curve up, like you're saying. Yeah, I'll have to fix that at some point. I'm not sure what exactly my approach will be to it yet, but I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Let's get this off my screen now. Yeah, and then obviously she'll be leaning to put all of her weight on top of her foot, so I think that feels pretty good though. And let's bring the environment back. Yeah, because it's clipping. Don't want it to clip too much. A lot of the clipping will be hidden by the snow, like effects. But no reason to not be diligent about it. And then that she takes off into her flight path. Perfect. Okay. Boom. I want this to be closer to the camera. Yeah, that should be kind of cool. Let's hit one of these. Because I know when you ollie on a snowboard, it's supposed to be bent as well. Because you're like using the snap of the board to get up. Let's give a little bit more time to this guy. And we can even give this one more frame. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe it's fine then. I can bring this one frame closer, but bring these one frame away. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. The rhythm feels nice too. So, and then once she gets to about here, I'll probably just like, I'll probably animate it up to about here. So I'm gonna do this for now, just so I can focus on this frames of the animation. I want this to come closer to the camera sooner. Actually, do I? I think I want to have a little bit more hang time here. Yeah, and that'll be alright. And then this is where I ended the animation. Get rid of this marker now. And I want to spin her over this foot, so let us do that. Or like rotate her slightly of this over this foot. I don't want her to I don't want it to tilt like that yet. I think it's the Y rotation right now that's doing that. Stay flat on the ground. Let's do this. There we go. What's your favorite animation add-on? My favorite animation add-on is probably Bake 2 Empties, which I think is an unreleased add-on. It's a Dylan Goose Studios add-on, but I I don't know if they plan to release it. They might. As of for ones that are released, I think there's one called Copy Global Transforms. Actually, I might not have it enabled in this version of Blender, but Copy Global Transforms is really nice too. Finally get to catch a stream of mine. Yay! I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Let's move this further. There needs to be more movement here. I fucked up somewhere here. I don't know where. Have you done any skateboard animation before? I haven't done any skateboard animation, but I used to skateboard a lot when I was younger. I kind of want to freeze on these frames a bit. So I think that's what I'll do. Let me key the camera as well. Just keep it like 3-frame freeze. And this way, this doesn't have to be so close to the camera just yet. Blend to neighbor, we'll do about this, maybe. I do want it to be a little closer. It's a weird in-between where it needs to be far enough to have it move away. Yeah, that's good. There needs to be like a little bit of movement in these frames, but not too much. I'm actually gonna change this keyframe to vector too. Yeah. I want to provide just like a very small amount of time for the audience to look at the like thrusters right there. Because I'll probably animate them too. Boom, shing, shing, boom. He had a half pipe in his yard. Yeah, I think I had. Well, we weren't super close. We both skateboarded, but I think we just weren't in different classes in elementary school and stuff. But he had a half pipe too. And I think when I was in like high school, there was a couple of other people who skateboarded, but I never really made friends with them to be honest. I just kind of skated on my own. And let's have this arc as well. How strange. The timing of this is feeling a little bit weird to me, so I'm just playing with it right now. Oh, that's pretty good. Let me look up my reference again just to make sure I'm not straying too far away from what I want to do. Looks pretty good. And then I might have to adjust the camera animation again, but again, that's all right. And then her Z movement here needs to be more parabolic, although it should be semi-parabolic already, but yeah, you can see it's flat on top here, which is not good. Probably something like this, and then I really want this to be sharp. So we'll go ahead and do something like that. Here we go, something like that. How do I get the focal point to be on her body here? Probably just need to go up, and maybe need to go back too. Hopefully that roll doesn't feel too bad, but it should be alright. If I did this, ooh, would this fuck with the audience? It might. I try to avoid rolls, the camera rolling too much, because it really disorients the audience. It makes me feel like kind of sick sometimes, but I wonder if it would work in this case. Yeah, I don't know if I'm completely sold on it. Oh, that was kind of smooth. It's not too bad, I would say. Just keep this from. And we can move these keyframes. Because you usually want the camera tracking the character with a delay. Actually, I just want to have this, just straight up this. No! Guys, something bad happened. Well, it's okay, for we have autosaves. Blender didn't like how I was manipulating the keyframes. Okay. Should be this guy. Aw, yeah. We fucking love autosaves, dude. What did I lose exactly? I think I lost the camera animation. It's alright. What did I do? I don't even remember what I did. I think I did something like this. I moved it back. Something like that. Blender hates snowboarding? Yeah. Blender is an anti-snowboarding software, man. I don't know what to tell you. We don't want to tell this so much. Yeah, this camera work is okay. Like, I want to keep the horizon line like relatively stable. Relatively stable. And if it moves, I want it to move smoothly. So I think I'm gonna have to. Like, I want to chill out this roll a bit. I think it's the Y rotation that should be. So if I just delete this keyframe. Nope, this keyframe. Maybe the rotation will be smoothed out a little bit. I should have a save counter as a stream overlay. That'd be kind of fun. Every time I save, it just increments. Guys, we're on save 5,000. Do you use any side mouse buttons for hotkeys? Yes. So I use uh, the side buttons for these menus in pose mode. Actually, I think it's in any mode. It might even be in object mode. I don't remember. Yeah, it is an object mode because I'm on the camera right now. So this menu is the pivot point. That's this menu here. Transform pivot point. And I also, for orientation, which is this menu here. It's just, you can do a pie menu. I think the hotkey in default hotkey in Blender is the comma and the period. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I just use this to switch stuff, like faster. That's pretty much all I use it for. I don't like this camera animation, but I don't hate it either. I just don't like how it like, because I don't know where the audience is supposed to look. In theory, the audience should be looking at the character, but it feels like they're not here. And I have a feeling it's just because they're not the appropriate size in the frame. Like here, they're looking at the character. Like I kind of want the composition here to be like to be more like this. Like okay, yeah, you have the snowboard really close to the camera, but I want to be able to still see the head of the character. Just like super exaggerated, I suppose. You know, something like that. And it's just not doing it. Although, to be fair, I could probably force it with the actual pose of the rig. What focal length am I using? 24? I might have to go. I might have to go down to like 16. Let's try 20 and see what happens. Well, that definitely helps. I want to have this downward movement. Let's just do it like this. Yeah, I think that helps a little bit. There's going to be lasers shooting past here. Yeah, so the lasers are going to be... Oh, that's why. I need to... I'm going to do something about this. It's clipping with the ground here. But yeah, I imagine the lasers are probably going to be like... I could just say on this frame, right? It's going to be... like, you know, type shit. Maybe there'll be some that come from like... and like hit the ground here. Some that come in front of her. Like that. I think they'll help like compositionally, like what is this? Focal length? I guess I keyed again for some reason. How strange. Yeah, this feels like it's tracking too smoothly. So I'm gonna delay the camera movement here. And conversely, I'll also delay this camera movement. That feels a little better. And that feels kind of okay, I think. There's a little bit of a hitch in the snowboarding motion now. Like, yeah, she's like on the right here. But I think that can be rectified. Ah! Yeah. And I think what I'm also gonna do is just overall, I'm gonna have her travel further. What the fuck? What what happened to the bone shape? What the hell? Okay, I guess that's the bone shape now, guys. I don't know idea what Blender did. Well, either way, should be the same. I think it'll be X location. And basically when she comes into the frame, I want her to be further away. Just like overall until maybe like here. So like something like this. Now that might be pushing it too far, to be honest. So we're gonna see. But it looks pretty good, I think. I think this helps you look more at the character, like as a whole, instead of just the bottom of the snowboard. And then where was that area with the clipping of the camera into the ground plane? Right here. So we'll just have to do that. Just hide it. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do for this camera here. I want to kind of have it rise up. There we go. Okay. Now we can get to animating the rest of her body, because I think the actual path is pretty good now. Yeah, I don't think I have any issues with it, to be honest. You know, having the bone shape like this does make it easier to select, so hey, maybe Blender did me a solid there. And let's just rotate around this foot here. So one thing that I like to use these pivot options for is if you change it to active element means like whatever's the last one selected. So if you select this, right, and then you select it again, it turns like kind of gray, you know, or maybe like Rigify it'll turn like light, like dark blue or whatever the color is. But like you can see, it's the last bone selected, but like I can't manipulate it with transforms. Like I can't like none of the transform options are there because I've technically deselected it. So usually what I like to do is I like to select a bone and then you can literally select anything, like even like the finger. You select it and select it again. And then if you're on active element, you can pivot any bone around any other bone without having to set up like constraints and stuff. So I'll just pivot her around this foot here to move it like this because I do want it to move across the screen still. Yeah, that feels pretty good. What happened to the snowboard bone? I don't know. Blender crashed, and when I reopened it, it just became a hot dog for some reason. Like it like flipped horizontally. Anyway, if you ever had your doubts about how long animation takes, we are 3.5 hours in, and I am just now getting to the rest of the body. Let's put her in a nice pose. I wish I could spread her legs more, but I don't want her weight to be distributed badly. Let's go back to Cloud Rig. There is another torso bone here. I want this one. This is the one I want. And then when I have bones I don't want to use anymore, I can just like take most of these. I think I don't need these. These, I don't need these. Don't need these. Don't need those. Don't need. I do need these. What is this? But the only one I want to keep is this bone, so I can just hide this with H. And honestly, I don't think this one is as useful as this one. So as long as I can hit one of these and it mostly moves. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think I can go ahead and hide this guy too. I don't know why I went to camera view there. Whoopsies. So she'll be in snowboarding mode. I need to pose her hand to do something. Let's look at snowboarding. Guy snowboarding. What's like a pose that they stand in? Yeah, like one of these. Slightly bent. Oh, they're slightly twisted forward too, which I wouldn't have expected. But fair enough. Okay, you can hit that. Hit one of these maybe. And then I think I'm just going to mirror the hand pose. Honestly, this hand pose is not the best. I was just demonstrating the hand rig. But like, pretty good. I think I can just mirror it, and perfect. It mirrors perfectly. I want to have her shoulders back and down. She needs to be like relaxed. And usually when I'm getting into like animating the rest of the body, I'm very, very particular about like the starting pose, the very first pose. Because I feel like that informs the rest of the animation. But once we're past the first pose, then things tend to go a lot faster. Oops, wrong one. She kind of has long legs here. I want her to be more crouched. I just feel like it looks better, but I also want to spread her legs further apart. Hmm. I can do that. Why not? Let's just unlock the X. There we go. Then these are free. 'Cause I just feel like having wider apart legs makes it look more dynamic. Maybe there, maybe there. Just slightly. Yeah, yeah, I like that so much more. Okay. So let's just focus on the center of gravity, the torso bone for now. Put this all in vector. This will probably be something like this. And then because she went down, I'm going to make her arms go up. That's just a little bit of delay. Or like separation of limb motion. And let's see if this... Probably going to be something more like this. Yeah. I like this pose. She's going to be twisting this way. I believe she'll be twisting this way to like twist the snowboard. No, she should be twisting the other way. If that's the case, then I'll have her twist the other way. So then I can key these guys here, and then instead, in this one, I can have her arms here. Yeah, something like that. And I'll tilt her chest too. Why not? I don't think she needs to be. do here. Make sure she's looking downhill. And then I want her to really lean on this leg. That's what the guy said. She's going to twist her chest as well. She'll probably still be trying to catch a glimpse behind her, but her arms are going to be moving. And I think her shoulder is going to have to tilt a little bit as well. And this arm is going to be fully going behind her like so. Something like that might look good. I'm going to have to add some movement here in this frames, but let's make her super low here. Super low and super this way. So she can come up here. Something like that. There we go. I want to bend her arm up. Maybe she come on. Does she have fingernails? I just realized. I thought she had gloves on. Apparently not. I'm gonna hit one of these. Make sure her arm is still bent. I want her arm to kind of lead the motion as much as possible. There we go. That feels alright. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. And what are we gonna be doing with the other hand here? Where is it last keyed at? We should key it here. So that way we can have it snap forward. What has inspired me to start streaming? Yeah, I could cut the upper part of the chat. I think I might just try to make the background more transparent. I'll have to figure that out. Cause I feel like if I make it as small as the bottom bar, like the black bar on the bottom, it might not be enough chat to read. I don't know. But yeah, as far as what inspired me to start streaming, there is a YouTuber and streamer. Her name is Pcat, and she does like art streams and like art tutorial videos. And yeah, that seems kind of fun. I've been like freelancing a lot this year. So just looking for other avenues to like take my career, I suppose. And then the other reason is like I don't tend to do a lot of personal projects these days. Like whenever, no, not Pierre Pcat. Pcat, Pikat. Um, yeah, I don't tend to do a lot of personal projects these days, and uh when there's people watching me and I have like, some sort of challenge or maybe some sort just like people to keep me company, I think I'm just like more motivated to do personal animations, which I've been wanting to do more of for like years and years now. So as much as much as you guys say I'm helping you, I'm you guys are helping me too, you know? And then I need to make sure that her forearm wraps. The only thing about 3D animation is I feel like 3D animation, unless you're like really into 3D animation, it's like not as fun to watch as someone drawing. But maybe I'll figure some ways to make it more interesting. Or maybe I'll just have to be so charismatic that I'm good at, I'm fun to watch. Freed some time for personal stuff? Yeah, I've freed some time. It's only a couple hours on the weekend, but like even this is like way more than I would usually do. Trying to make a good pose here. I want to have her get really low here. That'd be kind of cool. Should I unlock the rotation? Her foot rotation? But I think on a snowboard, channel point redeemed to corrupt active Blender files would be fun. Yeah, for you guys, that's crazy. That would be really fun. I don't know. I have to see what kind of like redeems and stuff would be cool. I like the idea of like redeems that like mess with the streamer. That's kind of fun. Um, but yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. I have to like look up more how to set some of that stuff up. Like I was trying to figure out these like the keyboard overlay and the music overlay like for a while because I'm just not that familiar with the technology or with like the streamer, what is it, overlays and like Streamlabs and stuff like that. So now she'll be looking forward, but from the other way. When's the last time her neck got? Yeah, I'll make sure this is not too. I'd also like to try and stream some games and stuff. I don't know if anyone would be interested in watching me play games, because I know they're probably all here for the animation. But I don't know. I mean, it's slow and steady. I'm not really in a rush to like power grow my channel or anything like that. Okay, and animating the hair here is gonna be so fun too. I love animating like physics, like hair and stuff, like clothes. But I'm really glad. Like I love characters designed like this, where there's like one focal point of um like hair or like a scarf or like a big cape or a coat or something, or even like really flowy pants. Like something that makes that's like the focal point of the secondary movement, and then everything else doesn't have much. Because in 3D animation, right, doing all kinds of secondary movements really annoying. So I think this character is really well designed. I think it was designed by Moondoggy, so might as well link them because that's my homie. Yeah, getting this spin is going to be really interesting. I really want to tilt her here, but I just feel like that's not good snowboarding form. But also, it kind of looks cool, so like, I don't know if I really care. Should she keep looking back? Because she is dodging lasers, but in theory, I think she should stay looking forward. Maybe I'll hit a happy medium. I'll do something like this. And she should bring her arms closer to her body to really accelerate the turn. Oops. Oops. Use the goo physics add-on. I don't have the goo physics add-on, unfortunately. But I tend to like hand animated physics better than simulated physics. I think it looks better. And I'm not in the rush to save like time. Like physics simulations are really good to save time. I think that's why they're used a lot in studios, but like if we had infinite time and infinite money, I think I would hand animate everything. A lot of the animations I do for like Subutai, like the Zenless Zone Zero animations I do, a lot of that has like hand animated physics. Should I? Is this too much of a lean? I just want this up to be really obvious. So maybe I should be sure. Yeah, that looks better. Let's have her. I mean, she's not gonna have to move much in these poses. Not gonna lie. So it'd be wrong to make her move so much. But I think I just want to make sure her silhouette looks good and everything. So. Let's have this arm raise up so she can hit one of these. I really want her arms close to her body as she spins. Something like that. Now her shoulders are quite tensed here. I guess they should be, but something like that maybe. Let's see what she can do. Here, I think she should start to, let's go a little bit back. I can maybe even start going up. And then, yeah, here she'll start to open up. So she'll start to return to a more neutral stance. Let's make sure these aren't moving. More neutral stance here. Maybe she'll be still slightly leaning. Yeah, that feels pretty good. So as far as her chest and hands go, let me just key those. What do I want to do with her head right here? Because I haven't moved her head. Maybe this? Yeah. Have her chest twisted this way, so there's like a delay. And then start to unfurl her arms. Something like this, maybe? And she should definitely be looking forward here. Like so. I don't know if I want to spin her upper body too much. suppose I can. But mostly I want to spin her like chest. So the reason I'm opening her arms is to slow her angular momentum, because obviously she's slowing to a stop. And angular momentum is correlated with the length of the, or like the diameter of whatever's spinning. Do that. Okay. Just give her a tilt here. Good carve. She's got a carve. Honestly, I think I just want to move this. Yeah, and then she can like kind of almost crouch here. Kind of absorb the impact. And we can have her crouch into this one. I just worry that I might have to move this further in Y location. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that does not look like what I wanted it to look like. I just want her to be a little bit further. What does it look like in screen space? Or sorry, in world space? Yeah, looks pretty alright. Oops. Maybe I should tilt her more up here. Oh, that looks good. I like that pose there. Let's try to aim for that. Maybe not. Maybe I changed my mind. Okay, I need to look up a snowboarder carving. I'm gonna do it on Edge, I guess. No, can I do it on Edge? I need to do it in some way that won't interrupt my stupid YouTube app. Oh, I'll do it in a private tab. Hold on. How do I private tab on fucking Firefox? Because then I shouldn't be sending to YouTube, so in theory it should not interrupt my dude. Um, so snowboard carving. I want to see what it looks like. So yeah, when he goes on, ooh, I see. Yeah, it's this side of the carving is not as dynamic as the other side, just in terms of like its posing. I need to look at it again. Yeah, he kind of like stays until it pushes him. So he should not be getting up yet. She should be going. Hmm. Okay. So actually, I think she needs to remain tilted this way here. Yeah. Here we go. Bruh. And let's just delete this guy. Needs to be balanced. And she can be standing up much more here, I think. I think it looks okay. Hmm. Okay, so I think this carving feels pretty good. I honestly think she needs to hit one of these. And her board needs to hit one of these, like low key. That's what will make it feel best, I think. And honestly, I want to just take this further and tilt the board more. What's your least favorite thing to animate? My least favorite thing? Um, hmm. My least favorite thing to animate? I don't know if I have a least favorite like action to animate, but I definitely have a least. I really don't like when I lack context when animating. If that makes sense. I think sometimes you get animation assignments at work and it's like, what are they doing here? Why are they doing this? There's no like emotional context. It's like really boring. Because then it's like you just doing it, and you kind of just have to. I mean, I have to make it fun. Like you have to kind of just make up stuff. Like, oh, they're doing it because of this reason. But yeah, I don't know. I think having emotional context makes animating a lot more fun. Yeah, once I get this torso motion, actually that felt pretty good. How about the pose here feels really unbalanced. Maybe this. I don't know. We got a lot of animators in here. What are you guys' least favorite things to animate? And a lot of people follow me for fight animations. I mean, do you guys, if you guys do animate, are you guys okay with animating like lip sync and dialogue? Do you guys like that stuff? Or do you prefer to just do like fighting and stuff? I can fix that later. Really just want the cog to feel good right now. You haven't really gotten the dialogue, but being semi-perfectionist, you think you'd end up being super picky about it? That makes sense. Acting is one of those things where, especially more like, with body mechanics, like people can generally see like the imperfections in it because like people are watching, especially like if it's simple body mechanics, like walking or like sitting or something like that. Like not that it's simple to animate, but like there's simple motions that people have seen. People can see the flaws in them. But like acting is like that, but like 100 times more because like everyone sees people's faces move, expressions and stuff. So it's you have to make sure that like you're not making any little mistakes basically. Just like animating slider values. Yeah, me too. I'm not a big slider guy. I know one of my friends, Shane, I think might prefer to animate with sliders because he started animating in Poser, but and I think uses a lot of sliders or like dials. For me, I've always preferred animating as much in the viewport as much as possible. Shape keys are weird to animate. Oh, are you using a like a Genshin model or like a Hoyoverse model? And I think a lot of those rigs are like shape key based. I don't prefer shape key based face rigs myself. I know to ollie you have to, on a snowboard you have to like pop the nose up and like the board's supposed to kind of like curve and bend. Using one of the Hololive MMD models. Yeah, MMD based. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. My bad. But yeah, if you use like the MMD models, yeah, they're all going to be shape key based rigs, which is unfortunate. But that's also kind of how that software works, I think. I guess I'll just... I'll just tilt this, because like... And I'll probably have to cross this part when I come to it. Yeah, now that I'm like observing my own animation, like workflow, like my my workflow is all over the place. Like I was just animating the full body up to here, and then I just stopped and started animating the torso. I don't really know the rhyme or reason to my madness, but I just felt like what I needed to do. I do need to start tilting. There we go. I end up animating with shape key related models too, albeit the best way to save time is to have a panel. Yeah. Yeah, I like, well, it's so I don't ever use the Rigify face to animate. Like I think if I were to tier list it, right? Like I would prefer on top would be like a fully featured like custom face rig, and the bottom would be like a simple face rig, and then next would be like third would be a shape key based rig, and then fourth would be like the Rigify rig. The Rigify face rig is not very good, unfortunately. I just don't think it has the controls to do like what I want to do. I haven't really done much like realistic characters or like so like maybe if you're doing realistic characters, maybe the face rig is good, but like at least when you're doing like anime stuff, like it's not that useful for me. Ooh, what is going on here? And I wanna she turns a little bit too suddenly here. That should be Y rotation. So I'm just gonna no, it's Z rotation. Okay. I'm just gonna, oops, come on. I'm just gonna curve this a little bit. Maybe I should, yeah, that looks kind of okay. I almost want to have her go lower during that spin, but that's something I can kind of get to later. I think I'm just gonna finish up a pass of the body for like first pass, and then I'll probably call it a day here. And then I might go ahead and finish this next week on stream. Might be kind of fun. I mean, that feels definitely the best. When it comes to face rigs, are most of them a huge combination of action constraints? I'm not keen with the rigging process on it. I mean, the ones I tend to use, yeah. Um, I think action constraints are really powerful, which is why they probably seem to be pretty reliant on them. But um, that said, usually like more like Disney style, like PBR characters will have just like normal constraints. I think anime characters, because their face proportions are just so weird and like strange to rig, I think a lot of times end up being action constraints because you just have more fine control. Um, I don't know. I personally use action constraints a lot, but I know actually the creator of this rig, Wyatt from Winterstellar Studios, he famously does not like action constraints. I don't think I've talked to him about his philosophy about it, but there's probably a reason behind it. They might be like file bloat or something like that. Okay, I think I can animate the rest of the body now. So I still want there to be a lot of delay on the upper body here as she's unfurling. So she'll probably go here. Her arms are going to come around like so. And maybe her neck will try to strain to keep facing forward. Hit one of these. Ooh, her neck looks broken there. Never mind. Wyatt's the goat. Yeah, we love Wyatt. Definitely try to support Wyatt if you can. Like, just because, like, I know we're trying to make lots of cool stuff. The indie animation space is cool, but it's also hard. Very, like, hard to get funding, hard to get things off the ground. I've worked on a lot of indie projects, and all of them, honestly, all of them are so cool, and I really wish it was easier, yeah, to get them off the ground. Let's have her kind of almost use her arms as to counterbalance. She's using her legs to counterbalance as well. But really, she should also be using her arms. So I want to have her arms point out here. Can't forget to animate her shoulders. This character is such a cool design, man. Like, I want to animate the character more. Probably something like this. I'll have to fix the pose for camera view, of course, but... Oh, let's turn IK stretch on. I always have IK stretch on. Wherever it's keyed at. Yeah. Yeah. I like to be able to just like, whee! Like pull the arms out to however long I need them. And I think, what should the chest be doing? Definitely, I want the hips to be. Something about this pose isn't right, like anatomically, but I suppose maybe it's not the biggest deal right now. Maybe that, yeah. Something about the hips wasn't feeling right. Let's move this more inwards to the body, actually. Yeah. A lot of Vocaloid songs on the mix today. YouTube is trying to tell me something. Cool, so she has a push. That's good. And I might actually need... How interesting. It revealed the pull vectors. I did not want that to happen. Oh, they're gone now. Fantastic. Let's unrotate the body here. Something like that. Now, I can't make her look too relaxed here. That's something I'm noticing, is this pose looks really relaxed. And she is being chased by lasers. So I want to have her be a little bit tense still. So I can accomplish that. I want to keep her wrists, maybe. I want to keep her muscles tensed. Let's just see how it's looking so far. Which way is her torso rotating? Should be rotating this way for now. So let's have something like this maybe? All right, okay, that's a good pose, I think. I almost want her arms to be up, like so. I feel like that'll make up for a better arc. Something like this, maybe? Yeah, okay, maybe don't tilt the wrists though. Maybe I do tilt the wrists? I'm not sure. Something about the hand animation is not working here. Maybe that, something like that. And then her chest can kind of remain neutral here. And I think I want her arms. I want this arm to swing back. And this arm can go forward, like so. This song is a banger. I like this one a lot. Okay. Don't want to break her wrist. Something about this pose is also bad too. Maybe the shoulder was weird. Maybe like this. Yeah, because I need to preparing for the big jump. I think that should look good. I'm still going. How was how is slash how was the party? And then she can jump here. Her arms have to go down. One of like the easiest pieces of animation advice I ever got was basically if the body goes up, the arms go down. If the arms go down, if the body goes down, the arms go up. And I tend to not like pieces of animation like or advice like that because it's like it doesn't really explain like the reasoning why, you know, and it just treats it as like a rule of thumb. But as far as rule of thumbs go, that is a very good rule of thumb. Like when you're moving, like that's just what naturally tends to happen. But the reason it tends to happen is because things move with delay. So basically, if you raise your body, which is usually going to be like from the hips or from the legs, like you raise your hips, and then like your hips have to go up, and then it like naturally leaves your arms behind because like the motion, if you want to think about it, hasn't gotten there yet. It's almost like a slinky, like the motion needs to propagate through the whole body. Um, but yeah, as far as rule of thumb goes, I mean, it's never one that I found failed. The squad says hi. Hi, squad. I guess I should type it. Hi, squad. Love those guys. Nice. Okay. Go down here. Boom. Like this. Maybe this should be more like that. I want to untilt her. I want to untilt her torso. Sorry, not her torso. I keep calling her torso. Her hips. She should probably straighten out here. Could you just give him like a hooah? Something about that's feeling unnatural to jump. We're almost there, chat. Maybe the arms should start coming around here around this time. So maybe instead, because she's jumping, she'll kind of swing her arms like so. That might be better body mechanics wise. And you can kind of see like throughout this whole stream, I've been figuring out the body mechanics just like on the fly. And that's because I'm animating in spline first. Like if I was animating in stepped, I would be thinking about the body mechanics like way earlier on. Now, I don't think the body mechanics of this particular animation is like extremely difficult, which is why like, I'm able to get away with it. But that's just like another difference between like blocking and spline. There we go. Okay. And then his head or her head should be like this. And then because she's probably going to be bringing her legs up, I guess I should animate it like that. That'd be more natural. I was going to move her torso down, but I'll actually just have her bring her board up. What did my workflow look like when I first started animating? I probably used the most like very basic workflow, which is just like blocking, blocking plus into spline. Um, I know that's kind of a boring answer. I don't know. A lot of it I just looked up online. Like if you Google on YouTube like how to animate workflow, like that's what they're gonna tell you. It's just like blocking plus and spline. Um, I think eventually like I would be assigned shots like at a studio or something, and then they would like need to happen on a deadline. So like not every shot you have the time to do like a really detailed blocking, right? So you have to skip steps. And then I just began to notice like which shots were harder because I skipped a step and which shots were like kind of okay even though I skipped steps. And that's kind of how I got the experience to determine like, oh yeah, this shot I'm gonna need to block. This shot I can just spline and it's fine. And this looks kind of okay. I'm kind of okay with this as a first pass. I think it definitely can be better. And especially when I add the lasers and stuff, it's gonna look really cool. Now that I'm looking at the hair, and it's just woo, that's funny. I think I'm gonna have to make this arm swing right here. I'm gonna have to make this really, really obvious. I might even have to move it sooner. Let's see what we're working with. Yeah, something like that. What does it look like from outside the camera view? And that feels more like she's jumping at least. Just that change in arm motion. Do you still have the first demo reel that got you a studio job? Well, the thing is, my first job was working for Dylan, and he didn't uh like I didn't submit a reel or anything. He just kind of contacted me. Honestly, most of the work I get, the people have contacted me. Um, all the demo reels that I've submitted to studios, I haven't had successful applications in. Um, so I mean that's probably just on me, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I can like give any meaningful advice on that regard because of that. I really want to see her other hand here, so I'm probably just gonna break the rig. I think that'll just help sell the feeling of uh the jump. Yeah. This is a banger too. Dude, all bangers today. Oops. Okay. Is it in is it in Spline? Yeah, it is in Spline. Yeah, and this project I just decided to work all in Spline. Um, the reason being this type of motion where the character is moving around the screen a lot, the motion tends to be more about like the flow versus like their poses, like their specific poses. Obviously, their specific poses have to be really strong, but because it's about the movement, you can kind of just worry about this. You can kind of just work in spline and um make sure like the curves are moving, make sure like, it's all the arcs are correct and stuff, and that tends to be more consequential for this type of animation. And I think that's looking pretty good for a first pass. I'm gonna have to kind of like really, I want to polish it later for sure, but like that's genuinely not bad. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's just get some arm movement here at the end. I'll have to look at snowboarding a bit more too, just to see if I'm doing anything just like egregiously wrong, like mechanics wise. I don't think I am, but you can never know for sure. Yeah, I think I want to rotate her like this because there was a bit of her knee peeking out, and I think that ruins the silhouette a bit. Yeah, I guess this arm should move down more, huh? Hmm. I have to make sure she's looking up still, like so. That looks pretty good, I think. Not bad at all. For not being able to actually like deform the snowboard too. I might add some rigging to it, like off stream or something. So next stream I can really polish this. But this is pretty good. And then of course when she jumps in the air, she'll start flying in the air and doing her thing here. Oh, that'd be kind of a cool place to end. I didn't even think about it like that. Like having the board kind of like flat to the camera. That actually is kind of cool. Might keep that. Oh, there's a hitch in the animation here. Is that because of the camera? Because I think in the viewport it looks pretty smooth. Oh, no, I see it. You guys see that? Uh-oh. Let's fix that really quickly. What if I just delete this keyframe? If I just delete this keyframe, and if I just go here and move this to the side, that in theory fixes itself. That's not too bad. That's not too terrible, I think. The board still looks smooth, which is the most important part. The torso I can fix myself. Yeah, it's like stuck on stream. Or stuck on screen. I mean, I suppose it's fine for now. It's something I can fix later in a polish pass. But am I really happy with it? Am I really? What does this do? What does this do? This is the one I want. I think that feels a little bit better. Just slightly. Let's see here. There's still a little bit of a hitch that I don't like. If I Yeah, okay, okay. I gotta stop. We'll leave it at this. We'll leave it at this for today. I wonder if I should post this. Yeah, I'll render it. I'll show you guys my render settings too. So an output, I usually do, what is it? Video encoding is going to be MPEG-4 with H.264. Audio is usually AAC. I don't usually use. I don't have audio on this one, of course. This one we'll save to. We'll just save to the POLARIS Anim Test folder. And we'll just have like a folder called Play Blasts. And there we go. Well, if you don't have a title to it, the Blender will automatically just title the file the frame range. Oh, another thing too. So the colors are all fucked up. If I like render, if I viewport render, yeah, render play blast. Okay, look at the colors here. They're kind of washed out. So you need to switch the color management, the view. You need to switch it to standard. And let me make sure I save this too. And then once you do it, it should look good. And there we go. Okay. So I think that'll be it for this one. That'll be it for this stream chat. But I'll probably be back next week trying to finish up this animation. Because there's a couple more shots I did that I want to get to do. But yeah, thank you guys for showing up. I appreciate all of you. I'll make a little ending screen. We'll hit one of these. And yeah, thank you guys for showing up. You guys are awesome. I'll see you guys next week.